Okay. Today we're going to be polishing some stuff. Polishing the turd, if you will. We want tree stumps to be movable. We want fountains to be movable. And if I get to it, I think I've decided what to do with sleep deprivation. I mean, I guess not sleeping for long enough should kill you, but sort of not sleeping for a while should make actions take longer to perform. So we'll add some kind of a multiplier. Oh, interesting. Yeah, rather than adjusting the timer, we would adjust, well, actually, timers generally count down to 0, don't they? Just because I don't do it that way in many cases. It would probably be better to make the timer go more slowly. That's not really how it's more of like a progress bar. It's more of a progress bar, so I think actually we would just modify the amount of time that it takes rather than... That makes sense? We modify the value that the progress bar is trying to reach instead of changing the rate at which it reaches the value. I think that would be the way to go. Anyway, that comes later. But I think it would be a good one because, I mean, that's, other than killing you slowly, that's basically what sleep deprivation does, is it makes everything take longer. It's not going to affect their movement speed, and I think that's good if we actually kind of have a sort of differentiation there, because movement speed is affected by health. If you're injured, you move more slowly. So it keeps it nice and clear if we know that, oh, if their health is low, they're going to move more slowly. If they're sleep deprived, actions are going to take longer to perform. It keeps the game rules very clear by separating those two things. But also, they probably should die if they haven't slept in like 4 weeks or something. That's kind of the thought that I have. And here we go. I probably stripped out the states from the tree stump objects. But I'm gonna need to put them back in, I guess. Oh. Oh, it's still there. I still have that. Okay. That's handy. And... everything else is just commented out, I guess. Okay. Tree stumps are not going to be flammable. Can kind of just... You know what? In the interest of not deleting code in case you ever actually need it, we'll just keep it commented out there for now. Okay, so you want to do tree stumps first, I think. It's been a while since I've worked on this stuff, but we were floating around there yesterday when we were fixing that bug where you could drop stuff on top of the humans when you really shouldn't have been able to, because they were solid objects that would be added back to the navigation grid. You could actually get the humans stuck inside of them. So we are going to have to add the ability to click on. These should be else ifs, don't you think? Is it time that we like refactor some of this whilst I'm here? Probably would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Okay. Yeah, I'd say the most common thing that you click on or pick up is humans by far. So that's the first thing that we should check, and then we should do else if. Wait, what the fuck is this? Hold on. Oh, I see. Oh boy, okay. Yep, that's still what we want to do. It's going to be a lot more readable, a lot more condensed after I'm finished doing this as well. I don't know why I stopped putting spaces here. I kind of went insane with trying to like consolidate everything down by removing all the unnecessary spaces and indentations and everything. But when you're doing one thing per line, that's not really an issue anyway. I don't know, man. I just went kind of crazy. I'm still figuring out my formatting style, I guess. No, I don't. I don't want to delete that. Arguably, one of the best types of optimization you can do is just deleting huge chunks of code, but that's not what we're doing. Looks like it's gonna rain any minute. This has got to be one of the worst years on record. About a week of sunshine this year, and it's just been raining constantly. It's really not good. I was kind of hoping for my own mental health that I'd be able to get outside for a bit and touch some grass, but no. Oh well, I'm still having a lot of fun developing the game, but I'm just aware that it's not good for me. Ultimately, the plan is to move somewhere with a warmer climate where I can actually spend a lot more time outdoors. And if finishing the game gets me there, well, that would be a good thing. Yeah, this and the drop script are probably a couple of the worst pieces of code in the whole project because they're gargantuan and ancient. I guess whilst I'm here, I'll look out for ways I can potentially optimize this stuff as well as reformatting it. I mean, I'm not really sure how else I would do this besides just this unbelievable else if chain. Thankfully, there's a fairly limited selection of things in the game that you can actually click on. Good God. hurt my hand to use the keyboard, reaching across to the delete key. Maybe it needs to be further to the left. Oh, what? This one is already actually formatted correctly because it's the drum. The drum was added fairly recently. I see. Nope. That's the end. Now we go on to this stuff. Just make sure I got all of the else's in there. Well, that's a small optimization because we'll kind of only continue going through this if we haven't already found something, rather than checking everything. And if we've already found something, it would be impossible to find something else. Or is that true? I mean, how does this work? I don't know. It's probably still good. So I think like if you had like a human stood behind a tree, it would like prioritize picking up the human basically, because it wouldn't go on to check for the tree after it had found the human. So it's kind of the order in which we put these things sort of determines the priority when picking up objects that might be like overlapping with other objects. Or just clicking on objects in general. Why am I... Wait, that's not how this works, is it? No, I think it actually does need to check everything. Fuck. Well, that's a pretty easy fix. It does need to check everything because it's going through everything and finding what's nearest. This is completely insane. Oh boy. Okay. I could group together the ones that can all be inside, I guess. The thing is, this is something that's like only done once when you click, so it's not that important to optimize, which is why it's been neglected. But it's I certainly don't need to do this instance exists check a million times. So I could at least do that. Probably. Oh, you can't do multiple lines, right? Well, at least we're not checking. And this is all just with Miracle Hand. So that can also be checked once. And these are all the ones. Wait, how's the deer gonna be inside? What the fuck? I mean, okay, we don't even include, you know, humans that are inside, or humans that are inside, or foxes that are inside, or wolves that are inside, bears that are inside. Deer can't actually be inside, so I don't know why we're doing that. Rabbits that are inside. We don't even include that, so we're already not adding those guys to the global clicked tracker if they're inside. So why on earth are we even checking this? It's completely redundant. Okay. And I've got to wonder, why do I have to check all of the animals individually? Is there some reason for that? I understand why the humans are different. I'm doing an instance exists. I don't think the parent object technically exists. That might be why. Ooh, object is ancestor. That doesn't help us here, but I didn't know about that. I would always use object get parent, I think. Really? In GameMaker language, when using instance exists, if you specify a parent object, it will check if any instance of that parent or its children exists. It essentially checks for the instance of any object in the object hierarchy rooted at the specific parent. Well, there you go. So we can break this down. Hopefully, I'm going to comment this and keep it just in case, but we can... We should be able to just have like 2 of these, so let's grab 2 of them. The first 2. 1 for predators and 1 for prey, because creatures, creature does encapsulate everything. It goes creatures, humans, predators, and prey are the children of creature. But we want to handle the humans separately. That's 5. Okay, I'll hold on to that in case this method doesn't work. I mean, this sure would make things easier. There is specific handling later on where I do need to check like what species of animal I'm holding when doing certain things with it, like depositing it into the store. Or do I? Yes. It's like updating what lists it's on and stuff like that. It would be handy to make some sort of a universal function for that. It could just run on any creature and it will do what I need it to do based on the type of creature I run it on. That would be pretty smart. But we will at least see if this works. And then, guess, can't use object index, but I could use parent. Okay, maybe that works. Jesus. Do I really want to get into refactoring all this stuff? That's true. That's potentially another way you could do it. If we could just get the death code to be called. And also we have a flag like smitten, which instead of them dying normally destroys the instance as well as calling all of the regular death code. So yeah, that's probably a much easier way of doing it. Okay, well we confirmed that this all works yesterday. We could probably delete that stuff now. It's like, yeah, there's like clear trackers, like clear from trackers, and it's getting confusing because there's a clear trackers function which like clears all of the humans' trackers, whereas we would want something that clears the thing in question off of like other people's trackers, right? Clear other trackers, yeah. I have a note about it. Clear, like a clear other trackers thing. And there's a difference between clearing trackers and clearing like lists, or although some trackers are lists, so it's like, what would you call it? It's more like death trackers. Yeah, it would be like clear death trackers. So you could have, I'll write this stuff down. You could have like update clear track, make clear other trackers function. Make clear death trackers function. And then update the current clear trackers function to be universal again, just so it knows exactly what to do depending on what type of object it's being run on. And then whenever and then I don't have to worry about the specifics. I can just be like, clear the trackers, and it will just do it. As long as I keep that function up to date, we'll just clear whatever I need clearing. The downside to it is there's additional checks involved, but probably not enough to be concerned about. Definitely, almost certainly not enough to be concerned about. Okay, so drum, campfire. I'm just going to strip this stuff out for now. Oh my word, what's going on here? Well, this is for, right, this is for picking it up. Why would we care about collisions? We don't. We don't care. We don't give a damn. Yeah, I mean, this code is like 2 years old or something older, I don't know. Crazy. Finally getting around to cleaning it up a bit. Clean up waypoints. What? Okay, because what? if I'm picking up a human, I mean, I'm gonna, when I drop them again, I'm gonna put them back into the idle state, and we have waypoint cleanup in the idle state by default. I don't think it's really necessary to do that. Because, boom, right there. You know? And they all have that, all the different creatures have that waypoint cleanup built into the idle state. And the target clearing stuff. We just do that regardless of whether they're on a path or not. It is more efficient. If it's not going to give me an error if they're not on a path. And same, I just reset the target. We do need to check this instance exists before we try and destroy it, of course. That's so. This would actually be faster to just do it like that. Waypoint cleanup. Reset target. That's the better way to do it. I might as well just copy paste this one. Oh, did I do path before target normally? Apparently, I'll just copy it. Let me just grab this stuff and repurpose it for all of them. So there's actually no reason to destroy the waypoint when we pick them up, because when we put them back down again, they're just going to return to idle anyway, which will cause them to destroy the waypoint if it exists. This is some ancient code right here, dude. I'm still doing the state name does not equal idle, set the state name. Crazy, crazy stuff. Okay, there's another small optimization. And yeah, we can just straight up delete the one from in the global left pressed event, because there is absolutely no reason to destroy the waypoint when we know that it will be destroyed when we return them to idle anyway. I'll comment it for now, but I'm pretty damn sure. End path and reset, what? Okay, then we got humans. Wow, I've okay. Hey, this it's. I'll be honest with you. The drop function is much worse than this. This actually doesn't look too bad now. This is manageable. and we want to add... Okay, let me... Wait, what is this? Why does it just say clear cell? What? Is this part of something else? What's going on? I don't know. It's just a random comment. I mean, we're clearing the cell here. One second. What is it? I'm trying to understand why I would have commented it like that. Clear grid. I mean, we're not clearing the the entire grid, we're clearing the cells. Yeah, I don't really get why this comment is not here. In this case, it is a single cell, because the trees only occupy a single cell. You could call them single-celled organisms. Whoops. Nice, okay. So we can just duplicate this and repurpose it for our tree stumps. Although I think it would probably be wise to clean this up a bit first. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, God forbid I ever have to go through and refactor the drop function for when we put things down again. It's mainly like all the handling for processing creatures into the store and stuff like that. You drop them into the store, it like converts them into meat and fur, right? Drop a tree in the store or drop a tree onto a tent that's under construction and still requires lumber, I guess it like converts it into lumber. Things that I almost never do, especially with the animals. I mean, there's a slight chance I might pick up a tree and drop it on something, but animals almost never, because when are they inside the sphere of influence? It's quite rare, although it will be more common since I buffed the expansion stones recently, so the sphere of influence is a lot larger than it used to be. That is true. That is true. Why are we even checking this? Like, we know that the cell's going to be flagged as forbidden. We just know that. It's like my fails. What's... And you, what, there's like some universal... Jesus Christ. Is this the held state for everything? Where does this bracket open? Yeah. it's like goes through everything and it's like, and state held. Well, yep. I mean, it wouldn't make any difference really if you included one for each different object type. Also, shouldn't we be using else ifs in here because we can do less processing that way. It's like, if it's a log, why do we still need to go on and process everything? That is absolutely true. We should be using else ifs. Okay. And why aren't we doing the humans first? We should do the... Well, we kind of are doing the humans first. No. What? That's a with object human. Hold up. I think I want to move the humans to the top of this list if we're going to do it this way. Yeah. Because humans are the things that you're picking up 90% of the time, followed by like trees, generally. So we should do it in order of the thing that you pick up most often first, to avoid unnecessary processing. Unnecessary processing, it sounds like a level in Half-Life. A weird knockoff Half-Life. Unnecessary processing. Okay, so if we grab the human code. Wait, what is this? What am I looking at? Jesus Christ. The fuck even is this stuff, dude? Right, the human section begins here. Okay. So is this some... What is this down here? Human section ends there. And this is... Okay, what is this? Clear global harvest list and kills. Why is it all grouped together? We're in a with clicked, right? Yes. Okay, so... Oh, this is not. Not, if it's not a human, not a tree. What in God's name am I doing? Why don't we just check if it's an animal instead of checking if it's not one of these things? This is like the most backwards way you could possibly be doing this. Okay. Okay. So, right, this is all for like clearing the nearest predator and nearest prey trackers. Clearing you off of the killed, blah, 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 blah. We should definitely be doing like, if object get parent object index equals object predator. Oh, that is fucking sweet, dude. You can hold shift and control together. There you go. All right. If right, that's a lot cleaner. And okay. Okay. Let's move the human code to the top. I'll just kind of format it before I move it. Make sure it's sort of as clean as it can be. Might be some comments I can strip out that don't need to be there anymore. So yeah, literally the most common thing that you're going to click on or pick up is humans. Easily. So we'll check that first, and we'll use else if to avoid performing any unnecessary checks. The next most common thing you're going to pick up is going to be like trees. Some comments might help split this stuff up a bit. It's not too bad. I still feel like probably trees. Trees is probably next, followed by campfire and drum, and then followed by mushroom and log, which is kind of hilarious that those have been at the top the whole time. But we weren't using else ifs anyway, so we would have done everything regardless of the... Okay, now I'm getting confused as to like where stuff even goes. These comments aren't helping. It goes there, I think. Trees. Okay, campfire is here. Drum is here. So we go tree, miracle tree, tree stump. I'm gonna say campfire, then drum. Then log, then mushroom. Yep, that's pretty much perfect. And we're going to want to go ahead and else if object tree, else if object miracle tree, else if tree stump, else if campfire, else if drum, else if log, else if mushroom. And I suppose we also would do else if here. Am I feeling confident enough to delete this shit that we totally don't need? Probably. I mean, if it's... If it's not any one of these things that we've just been through, it's definitely an animal, right? Tree, milk tree. I still haven't added tree stump. Right, human, predator, prey. Tree, miracle tree, trees on log, blah, blah, blah. We could just do an else, because if it's none of those things, it's an animal. That's all that's left. It's phenomenal. You're an animal. The monkeys work their abdominals. So we just bang an else in here, really. Just do that. Pretty sweet. Whoa, fuck. Global, well, you can only put the follow camera on humans, so we only need to run this inside of the human section of the code. It's already there. We had it twice. Okay. Told you this code was a mess. Yeah, this should do the trick. Okay. Yeah, you can't attach the follow cam to anything but humans, so... And I can justify this correctly, or whatever you call it. That's looking a lot better. Okay. What was I actually doing? Oh, we're making it so you can move tree stumps. Well, we don't need to worry about any of this, because this tree has already been felled. It's a tree stump. Image alpha, really? I just lower the alpha. Well, if I do that for everything, if I put the alpha of everything to 70% when holding it, I could it doesn't make any difference, does it? I could just write that once somewhere, but performance-wise, exactly the same. So we've got the else ifs now. Okay. Right, well, you'll be able to pick up the tree stumps now. We've got to make it so you can put them back down again. This does feel like it could use comments. It's a little bit difficult to read. So this is going to be part of our drop script. This is the one that's really bad. This shit is really bad. Oh my god. Once again, this is probably a lot of optimization and stuff that can be done here. Again, it's not a big deal. It's why it's been neglected for so long, is because it's literally only happens when you release the left mouse button whilst holding something. It's not exactly happening every step or often. But I can almost guarantee... I can guarantee that there's a lot of optimization that could be done here. What the hell is all this? We're using collision points. There are times, like, try to avoid ever using collisions because they're slow. But there are times when it is the best option. I don't see fountains on that list. Can you drop humans in the fountain? Probably. Should we try it? I bet you can drop humans in the fountain. I don't think there's anything stopping you from doing that right now. Oh, I'm compiling with YYC. It's gonna be slow. Hey, Scarba. I can't listen to music on stream, remember? Alright, have a great day. Or night, I think it might be later where you are. Can I drop humans in the fountain? Yes. Yes. Yes, we can. Okay. There's also entrance portals haven't been added to this either. On the rare occasion that... Wait a minute, I don't even see... We don't even have portal stones or expansion stones on here. That's a lot of collision checks. Well, I guess we're gonna do it. Fortunately, these appear together. I can probably copy paste it quite easily. Like, entrance comes before exit. Shrine. Expansion stone. Portal stone. And fountain. I do have a note somewhere that just suggests implementing the fountain of youth. We have the regular drinking fountain, but a fountain that de-ages the humans. That could be interesting. Like, as long as they're drinking from it, their age just rolls back or something. I don't know. What a funny idea. Expansion stone shrine. Okay, so if I just copy these ones. God, yeah, it's so easy to overlook stuff, you know. You add something new to the game and you're like, did I update the collision checks that prevent you from dropping things on the stuff? No, I didn't. Why do I see fresh water there? I'm getting paranoid now. I'm getting paranoid. I thought they would all be the same. Oh boy, okay, what? There are certain things that you can't drop in streams. It will be like probably mushrooms and logs. We just don't let you drop them in streams. Fair enough, I guess. Alright, but for all of these ones, the animals, trees, and then we get down to the logs and the mushrooms, and then we're back to normal. Nope. Can't put drums in the stream. Makes sense. I guess there wouldn't be much good in there. Same with the campfire. It'd be hard to get it lit. Alright, so we're covering all our bases now. I'm also realizing... Nope. I don't know what I'm realizing. We are checking inside multiple times. There's probably a way we could group that up, but I don't care. Don't care. Once again, this is for all animals. It's not as bad as I thought then. We have kind of universal handling, but then there is this sort of stuff. And this is what I'm talking about with like the tracker update death script. We could have all that in a single script that updates all the necessary lists and trackers based on the type of object that it's being run on. And when I say script, I mean function. They would be a lot cleaner than this. But this can be like, and it prevents a lot of updating that I have to do with just with this one specifically. I mean, I'd still have to update the function to clear everything every time I added a new creature type to the game or whatever. But this one in particular, we can do object get parent object index equals object predator. Oh yeah, you can hold control and that's faster. Or prey. That's a lot better and easier to work with. I feel like working from the inside out is easier if I want to reformat this stuff. Why am I doing this again? Because we want to be able to drop tree stumps. Yeah, but now I'm here now, so I'm like, might as well reformat and refactor this stuff a little bit. Don't we do this when we pick the tree up in the first place? Maybe. Possible that's completely redundant. Okay. Right, because the trees have to resume falling if you pick them up whilst they're falling and put them back down again. Interesting. It's kind of funny how I've been saying for years how I need to slow down and take better care of myself and stuff, and yet, if anything, I'm just going harder than ever. I just need to lock in. I just need to lock in. I don't even know how I'm still alive at this point, to be honest with you. It really helps when you're passionate about what you're doing, but also that can be dangerous too, because it's very easy to overwork, which is definitely what I'm doing at the moment. Where the hell does this bracket go? Like the first one? Oh, it's there. What is this one? Why is this fucked? What is this? Oh, it's this one. Okay. GameMaker lags when you try and move that many lines of code at once. Sweet, we did it. The script has been reformatted. And now we can finally play the game. Can I drink your elixir of the mongoose? Okay. Just wondering, because I want to go through and comment it. I have some else ifs in here, right? If it's a animal, again, it would make sense to reorder these so that we like check humans first and so on. Like the other one, that might be a little bit more difficult this time around. Based on the amount of stuff we're dealing with, else if it's if it's an animal, if it's a drum, else if it's a campfire, else if it's a tree, else if it's a tree, else if it's a miracle tree. And then this is where we want to add tree stump, but now we go else if it's a log, else if it's a mushroom. And why are we not doing else if it's a human? I don't know. And then we would probably want to reorder this so that humans are first, and then we do everything else. Good lord. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe don't do that just yet, because it's easier to move when it's not actually an else if, kind of. Well, not really. Not really, that's just my brain. Okay, so what did we do last time? We did trees, we went humans, then trees, then campfire, then drum. Animals were last, which I think makes sense. Here we have animals. Drum. Okay, so let's find where it ends. I'm tempted to just remove the else's for now to make my life a bit easier. It's easier to comprehend how to reformat it. tree and miracle tree. Right there. And then it was campfire, then drum, right? There's the drum. There's the campfire. Can't remember if I did log or mushroom first. I'll grab both of them. Doesn't make too much difference. But you're almost never picking up animals. In my experience, it's definitely the last one. Although some player will probably come along and prove me completely wrong. They'll have some insane playstyle where they're constantly juggling bears or something. Tree. Campfire, drum. Boom, right there. And go put all of the else's back in. Humans are first now. Else if tree. Else I should probably add the comments whilst I'm at it. Trees. Miracle trees. Campfire. Drums. Logs. Mushrooms. Oh my god. No. Animals. And at the top, humans. Can remove those commented bits. Don't know what the hell's wrong with that. I mean, it's been working, so probably nothing. Probably nothing. Okay. Alright, that's reformatted. We can add the tree stumps to this script now. I'm just going to grab a drink and then we'll do that. Okay. So this should be pretty straightforward, right? Miracle trees, duplicate everything from here. Tree stumps, object, tree stump. You can't do any of this shit with tree stumps, so I'm going to strip most of this out. All that stuff. We gotta keep this stuff though, like we gotta check that you can actually like put the tree stump down at this position. And boom, that's it. Now you can be able to move tree stumps now, finally. They've been plaguing me for a long time. Like they, you know, once you chop down the tree, the stump is permanently stuck there, taking up space. I'm compiling with YYC again. God damn it. The trees should probably leave stumps if they burn down as well. Well, actually, that's not entirely accurate to real life. I think often if a tree burns down in a wildfire or something, it can burn all the way down to the roots and just sort of leave a hole in the ground. Anyway, let's get some carpenters to chop down some trees. Nope. I can't even click on them. Can't even click on them. Okay, I'll make a save there. So we can come back to it. What's going on? There's some additional stuff in like the left released. Nope. Then it's in here, probably. Tree, miracle tree, tree stump. Ah, there's your problem. Forgot to change that from miracle tree to tree stump. Should be good now. Unknown object dot fruiting not set before reading it. Load sprites. I broke the save load system? Interesting. Oh. Yeah, we're checking if the tree stump is fruiting. That's... I mean, they don't often... They're not really known for that, I'll be honest with you. Might get some mushrooms growing on there or something, I guess. There we go. Oh, but they're all the wrong size. So I would imagine I'm probably not saving it. Let's see. Probably not saving the size of the tree stumps. Am I even... They do have that variable and they do inherit it. But I'm probably not saving it, or... yeah, I'm saving it in this case. I also want to check on the get instances. Aha, not doing it in either of them, so... There we go. Never thought I'd see the day when I refactored the drop function or the like the pickup code. I thought it would be like that forever, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's probably still there's definitely a lot of refactoring that can be done just for ease of use there on my end. Why am I making guards? I don't want guards. And carpenters. Well, I'll just try saving and loading and make sure the tree stumps are the right size. Yes. And can I move them? No, it crashes the game immediately. They don't have a target number. Right. They're not targetable, so why would they? It's used to determine... Is this correct? It's used to determine what object you are holding when you save the game and, like, reassign it to you. Is that it? I think that would be it. Okay. So they, just because you can hold them, they need a target number even though nothing can actually target them. Okay. Oh. This means what exactly? We also need to decrement the target number somewhere. I think it's literally just the decrement target number script. We just need to add tree stumps to this. And that is it. I think that's it. If you... Let's have a look at one thing. I think that's it. Yeah. It's the way that we're doing things right now. Grid. I don't think the tree stumps are aware of the grid. That's fair enough, I suppose. Indeed, they are not. The hell is this scale thing? I guess at one point I must have been like scaling sprites instead of having different sprites. Don't even remember doing that. That is like from 3 years ago or something. That must be very, very old. Oh! Can't put it down again for some reason. Okay. I can't even quit the game. Won't let me drop it. Got some error right before I quit there. Why can't I drop the tree stump? I don't think I added a handler for tree stumps to this. Yeah, that's it. Well, shit. Stump. There we go. Okay, so we couldn't even get into the main, like, bulk of the code. Okay, I can pick them up, and it crashes the game. I'm still trying to modify the chopped. I'm still performing some sort of a check on the chopped variable, but this is a tree stump, not a tree. Ah. Really, we still do that planted thing. I totally removed that. Yeah, I should have probably spotted this, but hey, get rid of that. State name, oh, it's state name planted, state equal, okay, fair enough. Better check that these have a state name variable. No, they do not. Well, neither do these apparently, so maybe the miracle trees do, or oh, these guys still have a state name. Is that the only place it appears though? Crazy. I think I'm supposed to just be removing that completely. What the hell is state save? Well, it's for saving and loading states. And indeed, it would be needed on this guy. Yeah, we do. So we need to be able to save its state so that if you save the game whilst holding a tree stump, we can load it correctly. So it actually needs this. Okay. Not sure if there's anything else I need to do to load that correctly. I don't think so. Not off the top of my head, but we'll find out. Hey. Nice. Ah. Right, we've got to get them to turn red if they're, you know, too close to something. They should turn red when you can't position them somewhere. Right, what happens if I save the game whilst holding one? And then load back. Oh, it duplicates them. Okay, I'm not holding it. And it didn't destroy the old one. Or something. What the hell? But I'm sure we destroy tree. Have we not been destroying tree stumps the entire time? That is crazy, dude. So every time you load the game, you get duplicate tree stumps. It duplicates all the tree stumps, but you just can't see them because they're on top of each other. That is insane. Jesus Christ, somebody keeps honking their horn. I feel like they need a brick through the window. Maybe they're in trouble. Maybe there's like a dog in the car that's honking the horn. Or maybe, I don't know what's going on. I suppose it could be a medical emergency. I'm not sure. Oh, right. I would have to update the state load script to load states for tree stumps, right? That's like special handling to do that. Yeah. Okay. Loading. Load states. Load states. Oh, they're still going. Telling tree states. State save. Yeah, we can actually just run this same thing on the tree stumps and it'll be fine, I think. Yeah. No worries there. Except this variable doesn't exist. Oh. Wait, global felling equals... Right, that's not... I mean, we could just add that variable to them. Why not? We're not going to use it, but we can just have it there so that we don't get an error. Okay, we don't actually even need to save and load it, do we? For those. Just as long as it's defined in the create event, we can... Load instances... Load states. Or object index equals tree stump. Okay, so I guess I'm not going to be able to... Wait. No, I think I can still load my old save, right? Hey, and now I'm holding it again. And we don't have duplicates either. How do we not have the duplicate? What's going on? Because all of the instances were destroyed when I closed the game, so only the instances that were saved were recreated. Right. Well, it's news to me that we've been duplicating the tree stumps the whole time. I had no idea that we were doing that. All right. So now we need to like make them turn red if you're hovering over a place where you can't actually put them down. And I just do that by swapping the sprite. It's going to be really cool when we have an artist on the team. You know, I've designed everything in such a way that I can just swap out the sprites and everything will automatically adapt, even if the canvas sizes change or anything like that. Speaking of canvas sizes, why the hell are these canvases so wide? I think they're just the same width as the trees, which, you know, are obviously a lot wider. Okay, we have all of the sprites that we need now. I think we do this in the controller. Is that right? Could be wrong. I think the build, like when you're trying to build something, then that's drawn in the GUI object because it's like a sprite being drawn at the cursor. Whereas this is we're literally swapping the sprite of the object that you're holding, the instance you're holding. Where do we do that? Maybe it is in the GUI thing. Nope, that's the build stuff. Not in the object itself, is it? I don't think so. Maybe it is. Nope. Whereabouts do I do this? You'd think it would have to be the controller. But if it's not in the step event, it's not in the draw event, then where would it be? Camera. Why would it be in the camera? Not going to be in the camera, is it? Maybe it is in draw GUI, but it's in the draw GUI event. Oh, no. No, I didn't think so. The step event? Oh, here we go. Ah, step event of draw GUI. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's probably the best place for it. I guess things are not usually where you'd expect them to be. So I'm always looking for some obscure, like, place where it probably shouldn't actually be. Okay. Yeah, well, we were able to group these together previously because they had the same sprites. And ultimately, they will always kind of be sprite swapped versions of these objects. It's not like we're going to have different tree objects for every type of tree in the game. We'll just swap the sprites depending on which level you're in. And then we'll need to do some additional checks here to make sure that we just change it for the right one. But for the tree stumps, we do need a separate one of these. Wait a minute, I feel like we're missing a bracket now. There we go. And this will be for tree stump. And it wouldn't surprise me if some of these rules are out of date now, because if you remember, I've been updating those as I've been going along for the past couple of days. So we got shrine here. We're going to want expansion stone and portal stone and portal entrance. Yeah, I don't know why we aren't doing the multiplication on the portal entrance. We probably should be, because the portal entrance is something that they can attempt to path to, and although I think it's probably very rare that somebody's going to block the portal entrance with something, it might be possible, since expanding the sphere of influence, the max sphere of influence size, increasing the max sphere of influence size, it might actually be possible, depending on what spawn you get, to place something in front of the portal, blocking it. I'll just write this down, because we'll do this, and then we'll come back to it. Prevent objects from being placed so close to portals. What about fountains? I bet we don't have fountains in here, do we? Do not. Is that all of them? I felt like there would be more than that. We group the trees together. Drum, campfire. Right, because I guess we don't care about mushrooms and logs because they don't take up like a cell on the navigation grid, so they can't block anything. You can place them wherever the hell you want. Okay, so for tree stumps here, we're gonna... The tree... The sprite is tree large stump. We would swap it to tree large stump nope. Medium stump for medium stump nope. Small stump nope. And then we would, I guess we gotta swap them back as well. What? Tree large, no, I'm doing it wrong. Tree large stump nope. Tree, what's going on? I should probably actually read this. What is this? What is this saying? With... Oh yeah, if this is true, else do this, yeah? Tree large... Nope. Oh no, yeah. I'm with you. Tree medium stump, nope. Tree small stump, nope. Tree large stump. Tree medium stump. Tree small stump. Okay, there we go. So if you're holding a tree stump and you try and hover over an area that's too close to one of these objects, it will not allow you to place it there. Well, it already wouldn't allow you to place it there, but it will also turn red to indicate that you're not allowed to place it there. Assuming I've done everything correctly. Oh. I've almost certainly not done everything correctly. I think it's checking for itself, you know. I think tree stump is actually included in here. It is. We should be checking for tree and miracle tree, yes, but not tree stump. Well, how does the... You're kidding me. What? So you're telling me trees will not turn red if you try to place them too close to other trees? Is there such thing as too close to other trees? I think so. There should be. Okay. Oh, it does turn red. Nearest unheld. I was like ignoring this, and I was like, that local variable just needs to be ignored. No, nearest unheld tree is actually a thing. I see, but we wouldn't need to do that for stumps. Well, we would want to include nearest unheld tree, but not tree stump. But if nearest unheld tree... Does nearest unheld tree include miracle trees? Because... Nearest unheld tree... Oh, unheld! So it just ignores the one that you're holding. That is pretty smart. Oh, we do need to do the same for stumps, don't we? We can't just ignore the other stumps. We need nearest unheld stump tracker. I see. Very well then. Let me reformat this. Nearest unsupplied tent. You raise a good point, because you could be supplying it. Here seems to be some additional logic. Right. Actually want to remove that from the stumps. You shouldn't be able to supply a tent with a stump. Okay. I forgot any of this stuff even existed, to be honest with you. It's so long since I did this. Okay, so we now have the nearest unheld stump stored in a variable. And for the trees, we're not concerned about. It's just all trees. So we can actually change that, like, to be unheld stump, and then do tree and miracle tree, like that. Here comes the rain. There we go. Okay, so... Oh. It's not actually working with other stumps. What have I done wrong? State does not equal held. Something went wrong where its state doesn't actually equal held. I mean, based on its behavior, it must be in the held state, right? Because it's following the cursor. Oh. Okay. some sort of a discrepancy between the distance at which the sprite is changed and the distance at which I can actually place it when it comes to the obelisk. Seems good for most other things. Oh, same with the humans, actually. Huh. Okay. We should probably just always swap the sprite back when you place it anyway, just to be safe. Guess that would be the way to go. But more importantly, why is it not turning red when it's close to other tree stumps? Oh, am I inside of this? Yes. Why is this drum check outside of this? Nearest drum not held by the player. Well, it would make sense. Because this stuff only pertains to when you're holding a tree. Right, I get it. So the tree stump one needs moving outside of this along with the drum. Okay, there we go. So we just weren't doing it. We just weren't doing this. Oh, wait a minute. Load that save again. Ah. Okay, why is that? Why is that? I don't think we've correctly loaded the object that I'm holding back in to the global held object variable. How do we do that again? No idea. Mm. Mm-hmm. There's the front end of it. That's when you're saving. Holding object name, global holding, object index, and then holding target number, holding target number. So that's saved on the controller. So you would think, oh, maybe there's like a thing in the controller step event. This one. Did I just not have it set up yet when I made that save, or what? It seems like it should be fine, right? I will pick up this one, save, load. Wait, what? What the hell happened there? Oh, I don't think I don't think I'm saving and loading the target number of the tree stumps. I am not. So I don't have state save in this one. Okay. I'm just going to start a new game to be safe. I don't trust that old save file anymore. Okay. Slight issue with being able to turn them red, but seems pretty good. Save whilst I'm holding it. Oops. Okay, I did actually manage to load. I hit save and load at the same time. I kind of thought the game was going to explode. Okay, so I loaded back and I'm holding it and it's transforming correctly. And I can put it down again. That's great. So we do still have an issue where I can... Maybe I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to... No, there we go. That... Yeah. that might just be that we need to always make sure that we set the sprite back to the correct sprite when you drop something. Okay, right. Oh, I'm gonna take a leak. I'll be right back, and then we'll do that. Okay. So, I guess we're just going to kind of update the drop script to make sure that we set all of the sprites back to what they should be. Can just probably just copy them from there. So trees and miracle trees would be like this. I mean, we would still need to check the size. In this case, there are some things where we don't have to perform any checks. We can just set the sprite. Well, Campfire is a little bit different. Campfire might already have something like that, because the sprite changes depending on whether it has fuel or not. Although maybe I'm just letting the usual code that swaps the sprite take over and do that. I don't know. Fortunately, some stuff doesn't actually swap sprites, because they don't get added to the navigation grid, so... Oh, I'm already doing it. I'm just not, because we've only just added the tree stumps. I'm just not doing it for the tree stumps, so obviously I've encountered this problem before, I just have no recollection of it. And I've already dealt with it. Oh, this is the stump code. The stump code. Better than being stumped. Okay. Drop script. Tree stump. There we go. Just replace this one with this one. Beautiful. I don't know why. What is this? Because of the size? I mean, what's the point of that? If it's not this, it's already got the correct sprite. That's just a redundant check. Okay. We should be good. I think that's everything. I think that is everything for moving the tree stumps. And if I want the fountains to be movable, then I just have to do the same thing. Go through the same process, but for the fountains. Obviously, I don't need to do all the refactoring. Not refactoring, reformatting. Again, that's nice. Fountains, I can justify not doing. So it might not get done. Ever or anytime soon, one of those two. Because with many of the constructs, like the tents, you can't move them again once you've placed them. And the fountains might as well be the same. It's a heavy looking stone fountain. Once it's down, you know. It's just that you could already move the trees. So you should be able to move the tree stumps. If you can move the trees, you should be able to move the tree stumps. That's my logic anyway. Then again, you are God. You are a god. You should be able to do anything basically. But you can't move. You can't pick up a tent and move it after you've already placed it. And you'll probably never be able to do that just because it's a lot of work for a pretty minor feature. Who knows? We'll see. If somebody, you know, if we do some playtesting and somebody comes to me with a legitimate reason, a good reason that you should be able to do that, they can make a good case for it, then maybe I would do it. But right now, I mean, if you don't know, that could be a thing. Like if you don't know that you can't move the tents once you've placed them, right? You place it down in some silly place and then you're like, oh, I didn't want it to be there. Or you accidentally place a tent and then you're like, oh, I wish I could move it. I guess that could be a bit of a pain, but yeah, it's a pretty minor thing. There's definitely much more important stuff to be doing. So no matter how hard I try, I'm not going to be able to get this thing to stay red anymore. And it's beautiful. It is beautiful. Get that visual feedback. We can move the tree stumps wherever we want to move them. Lovely. It would make a lot more sense if they had roots, I will admit. But we're going to wait until we actually get an artist on board for that kind of thing. Multiple artists even. Who knows? We shall see. Certainly a game that's going to require a lot of art. I might just disable that Twitch authentication failed message real quick. You guys can't see it, but I keep getting a message on screen that says Twitch authentication failed or something. Twitch mode is disabled. We're not even supposed to be trying to authenticate. I don't know why I'm still getting that message. Probably, I don't know. Maybe it's like checking chat, which we don't want it to even be doing. We don't want it to be doing anything like that if Twitch mode is disabled, so I don't know. Guess maybe the alarm Twitch chat get chatters. We got callback success, callback failure. It might be this. Like we should only really start this alarm if Twitch mode is enabled. Alarm 3, wherever the hell that is. Something on alarm 2 there. Keep alive timeout. Event sub callback. True. Yep, we just shouldn't even be doing this stuff if Twitch mode is disabled. Chatter's callback success. I don't know which message it is that's popping up. Are we still, I guess we're still going to get these. I didn't think about that. That would be pretty annoying. I don't really want messages popping up when somebody follows or anything. Right, well, it's about time I throw something in the oven. Getting pretty hungry. I've been hungry for a while. Had some stuff. I was taking care of some stuff this morning, and so I didn't have breakfast until like lunchtime. So I've only had one meal today, and I'm about ready for another one. So I'll chuck something in the oven, and then maybe I can work out how to like disable the Twitch stuff when we don't want to be doing it. You know, because the messages shouldn't be popping up, and if you know, don't just want to disable the messages and still be doing stuff in the background that we don't need to be doing. Hey, Nocturne. I think it's chicken again today. It's the usual. I say the usual. It used to be chicken for lunch every day, but it's kind of switched up recently. It's chicken for 3 days and hamburgers for the remaining 4. But today is the final day of chicken for lunch or dinner. Hot dogs, god damn, that sounds good. I'm a big fan of a hot dog. Hell yeah. But at least I get to eat cheeseburger tomorrow. Okay, well, I've just gotta... I thought you were... Yeah, I guessed you're in the States. Yeah. Well, typically we say dinner and tea time in the evening. Seems I'm in the north of England, but I'm also a bit of an anomaly because I might as well come from another planet. But yeah, I'm gonna go throw a sweet potato in the oven. I'll be right back. Right. That is, oh, I'm going to put a timer on. Just on the off chance that I burn the house down. There we go. Event sub callback. Auth callback success. Callback failed. Chatter's callback failed. Twitch auth callback. It's not that one because that message is disabled. Twitch event sub live connect. So it seems the only message it could possibly be is Twitch chat get chatters callback failure. An alarm 3, which is there. Oh, because it's out. Ha! There's your problem. I literally just have this alarm outside of the check that says only do this stuff if Twitch mode is enabled, so we're just trying to get the chatters even when Twitch mode is disabled, which is not what we want. I won't have that annoying error message popping up all the time. It might actually be kind of nice to have the messages enabled. Just for that little bit of extra feedback. Authentication successful, authentication failed. And if you fail to retrieve the chatters, another one could be good. Twitch chatter callback failed. Although it's not the one I'm using the built-in one. Twitch debug callback failure. Which just gives me a bunch of confusing gobbledygook, really. So maybe using my own would be a good idea. Then I'll know what's actually going on if I see that message. Well, I know what it is now. So I suppose it doesn't make any difference, but it will actually make sense to somebody else. Oh, well, that turned out to be an easier fix than I thought it would be. Yeah, the Twitch integration stuff is really fun. I think that's going to be a lot of fun for streamers, and streamers are a great way to get your game noticed as well, so supporting streamers is definitely a good move. But you can, you know, all of your chatters can essentially like claim a human, they can be like a member of the tribe, and so your Twitch chat is the tribe and the streamer is playing God, and it can be pretty fun. We've played with it. We've had like a few people try it out at most, but if you've got like a big streamer with, you know, lots of chatters and the entire tribe is being, it's not really controlled by chat. Basically, you can choose what gift you want your little character to be. you know, they're still all automated and stuff, but so the Twitch chat has to like organize themselves to make sure they've got enough hunters and enough water bearers and healers and everything. It can be kind of, I can imagine like streamers screaming at their chat, you know, trying to get people to coordinate. I think it could be pretty fun. Well, what are we doing? I've managed to talk myself out of making it so that you can move the fountain once you've placed it, because I can justify that by saying, well, you can't move the tents once you've placed those, so the fountain's just the same, and it's big enough as well. Like it just looks heavy enough. I don't know what the logic is. I can somewhat justify it in my own mind that you don't necessarily need to be able to move the fountain. I may eventually make it to where you can even move the tents after you've placed them. And if I was ever to do that, I would also do it for the fountain. But we knew that the tree stumps had to be movable because you could already move trees, so it didn't make sense that you couldn't move the tree stumps. Oh yeah, the sleep deprivation thing. I was talking about that earlier. That could be fun. Because for a long time, there's been no penalty for not sleeping. Which means there's a lot less reason to actually build tents. You know, tents still provide shelter and everything. It can be good for dealing with severe weather conditions, which a lot of the later maps have. But there's no reason not to sleep currently. I think, you know, you don't sleep for long enough, it will kill you, so we probably want that in the game. But before it does, it should put some kind of debuff on them. Or we could probably do it with the tinting as well. It's like, how are we going to represent this? Some sort of icon or something. What if we... But then again, it's like, if we need to be able to tint them based on their temperature, we can't do both. We can't tint them... Yeah, tinting is exclusively for temperature then. We would need some little kind of debuff icon, like a tired emoji above their head or something. And basically we're just gonna we're gonna slow down all of their actions, so yeah. They're not going to be very efficient if they're tired, so you'll be incentivized to provide them with a place to sleep so that they can actually do stuff at a reasonable speed. So if it's you know, it would take like twice as long to chop down a tree or anything, everything would just like take like 2 or 3 times as long. I'm thinking maybe 3 times as long. I'm sure, I forget what it is, but I'm sure there's an instance where I have like something like counting down to 0 whilst they're performing a certain action. Another dance. We're queuing them up. We're saving them up for an upcoming dance battle. A shindig, if you will. I'm trying to figure when the next one is. I can't remember actually. Since how long has it been since I've boogied on down? Last one was a real rager. I was dancing for like 3 hours straight, I think. That was on the 31st of May. So we're coming up on it. So probably the next one is going to be like the 21st, if not the 28th of this month, depending on how I'm doing. Usually about every 3 to 4 weeks I'll take a day off and listen to a show and play some drums. Helps keep me sane, you know. But unfortunately I can't. I truly, I should remove the redeem. I'm just so lazy. It's a pain in the butt to because I can't play music on stream when I'm doing the development streams, because I'm also streaming on YouTube and I'll get my channel banned. Twitch is okay because it just mutes the VODs. But YouTube, your channel, I already have 1 strike on my channel for playing music. So, bit of a pain. Hopefully we'll have like a soundtrack for the game eventually, and I can just play that in the background whilst I'm working on it. I'm too hungry to... I can't even think right now. Everything feels like effort. I need food badly. Yeah, we are gonna do it today. I'm running out of steam here. I need that chicken. We are gonna implement the sleep deprivation penalty. Slow everybody's actions down. But yeah, I am just concerned because it's actually quite good if everything is like a progress meter going up to a certain value, then we just multiply the value that it needs to go up to by 3, you know. That's really good. But if anything differs from that, where it's like, oh, it actually counts down to 0, then I need to change the rate at which it counts down, because I can't. Or do I? You could put a negative value, I suppose. You could... I can't do a multiplier though, so it is inconvenient still. You know, obviously, I want to handle everything in the same way, so that I have the, like, universal solution for everything. And I don't have to remember, oh, there's that one place where it's different, and, you know, you don't want that. But I can't remember. I'm sure I'll find it as I go through this stuff, if anything does work differently. But I vaguely remember, kind of recently actually, like something that counts down to 0 instead of counting up to a certain value. We'll see. I'm sure I'll come across it, but this food can't arrive soon enough. Jesus Christ, 27 minutes. Okay. Honestly, I might just go on break early, because I'm useless. I'm dead to the world right now. I think I need to just chill out for a bit. So I'm gonna take a break now. It's gonna be a bit of a longer break than usual, I guess. Probably like an hour and a half instead of an hour. And I'll be back once I've eaten. Try and claw my way out of the food coma and get a little bit more of this done. Let's have one more quick look at the notes. And oh my god, I did hire Indiana Jonas to do the capsule art and logo earlier today. That's kind of what I was doing this morning. And he's scheduled to begin work the end of next month. When was it again? Was it beginning of next month? No, I think beginning of next month. Why did I say end of next month on Discord? Beginning of next month, actually. So we'll have the Steam capsule art and the logo ready to go, like, probably by the end of next month. I've been, you know, tinkering with the Steam stuff in the background here. As soon as I'm now like Steamworks partner. Yeehaw. But I'm not gonna worry about it too much until we get that stuff. I do need to obviously put together a design specification, or whatever you call it. Like a design document to outline everything that I or should I say to specify everything that I need from the logo and the capsule art. I'm sure Jonas will do a great job. I mean, he's worked on Another Crab's Treasure and Don't Starve, amongst other games, and all of the artwork that he's done for those games is phenomenal, so that's why I picked him. Thought he'd make a great fit for the project. His style is awesome, and yeah, really, really glad to have him on board, and super looking forward to it as well. And the timing coincides quite nicely. Honestly, he was making it sound like he wasn't going to be available for, until like the end of the year or something, so I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that he'll be available next month. And once I've got that stuff, I'll start, hopefully it'll coincide roughly with me like finishing the rest of the human sprites and having a pretty nicely polished build to use for playtesting, and then I'll start running the Steam playtests, which will be private playtests. It's not going to be public facing, it's going to be invitation only. There isn't going to be like a page on Steam for it, anything. It'll just be me giving Steam keys out to people. Had a few people who've already volunteered to playtest, and they're all streamers at this point, which is great because that's exposure for the game, and I'll enjoy the hell out of watching people play my game on stream for sure. Love that kind of thing. So that's kind of that's where we're at with like the Steam side of things right now. But yeah, just part of the reason I'm so fricked today is that I was up until like 1:30 in the morning trying to make placeholder capsule art and stuff. One of those stupid things that you do in the middle of the night, and then the next day you're like, well, that was pointless because Jonas is going to produce all the artwork in like a month. So I probably should have just gone to bed. Yeah, that's all. You should always have just gone to bed. Why can't I seem to learn that lesson? I don't know. I'm in a bit of a manic episode at the moment or something, because just things are going well, development's going really well. It feels like we're about to hit this major milestone of like, we're gonna get like the Steam page. I'm just like so amped up on the game development right now. I can't stop. I go off stream and I get something to eat, and then I just keep developing into the middle of the night. It's not healthy, I can tell you that, but it's really hard to stop. That is what I struggle with the most, stopping. It's always been the case. We don't need to get into my dark past, okay, as to why I am the way I am, but I'm dealing with it as best as I can. I'll either collapse at some point and I'll be forced to take time off, or hopefully I'll manage to wrangle it to where I actually take some time off at some point. It doesn't help with this fucking weather. Like, the plan was always to take time off in the summer and get outside and enjoy some nature and stuff, and it's just been raining constantly. Ugh, I hate this country, dude. Alright, hate is a strong word, but it's not ideal, for somebody like me who likes to get out and enjoy the outdoors and stuff, and I can just never really do that. Anyway, so that's a little update on where we're at with things and where I'm at somewhat. So yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back after I've had something to eat and just chilled out for a bit. We'll implement this kind of... I know, right? Who would have thought? It's an absolute nightmare, dude. I don't know what I'm still doing in this country. I know. Unbelievable. I'm getting out of here as soon as I can. There's no doubt about that. I was looking at land in Portugal a few years back and stuff, but it kind of fell through when it got to Florida's definitely crossed my mind. It's hard to get into the States. I don't know how I'd handle the humidity there. It might kill me off, actually. But well, we can only see. But yeah, the plans fell through with Portugal when it sort of got to the stage of hiring lawyers and stuff, and having to have a Portuguese lawyer and things, I was like, oh, this is beyond me. Don't come to the States now. Why? What's... Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm peripherally aware of that. I'm a completely non-political person. I don't pay any attention, but yeah, I know things are pretty rough. But isn't it like that everywhere? Well, maybe some places are better than others. I feel like you just have to ignore it and just like, you know, just let's do what I've always done, just live under a rock somewhere. That's me. I just focus on like being creative and doing the things I love, and I don't really get all involved in that stuff. Thailand, I don't know. I've not known many people who've been there. Where's Bali? I've heard a lot of people saying like Bali is the place to go. Indonesia does look pretty nice. It does look pretty nice. I mean, you know, I've heard, I know of people who will spend like, they're kind of like digital nomads or whatever, and they'll spend time in India or Bali or whatever because it's so cheap. You can live like a king out there on you know, next to nothing. I don't know. Digital nomad thing's not so good for me. I definitely prefer to be settled in one place. I don't like the chaos of travel and stuff. All right, cool. And it's pretty hard to move around with a drum kit, you know, it doesn't exactly fit in a backpack. But yeah, it's definitely me. I like to be settled in one place and have my stuff, and I'm definitely more productive that way. That's for sure. I mean, yeah, I have a friend who moved to the States a few years back and got a wife and a kid now. You know, he moved there to be with his wife. And, you know, he says it's not like, because I used to have kind of a very utopian vision of the States. He says it's not like that at all. There's a lot of problems, you know, racism and all that stuff. Like, you know, you'll find that wherever you go, I think. You know, what I'm beginning to realize is that the number of cool people in any given population is actually very small. If you're one of the cool people, congratulations, because you're in about like the 1% of the actual cool people in the world. I don't know, the world just is in a bit of a state. It's full of a lot of like very sort of angry, hateful people. There's sort of a lot of mental problems. And you know, it's like, I'm not trying to put them down or anything. It's just a sad reality that there's a lot of like generational trauma, and you just don't have to go back far in history at all. Like, go back 100 years and the way people were living and treating each other was absolutely atrocious, and we're still just kind of recovering from that. You know, it is what it is. It'll take a good few generations to heal from our past collectively, I would say. Unfortunately, you just have to kind of avoid those people. You have to remove them from your life, basically. It's unbelievable how much better your life gets when you remove all of the toxic people from it. It's crazy. It's like, it's night and day, you know. It's night and day. It's not healthy to be completely isolated either, which is the other problem. But it's so difficult to find like safe people, you know, like healthy people, because they're so few and far between these days. If you're just like a sane, you know, mentally healthy person, you might as well be a fucking unicorn at this point. It's crazy. It's crazy. You go outside, you go in public for longer than 5 minutes, you'll run into some absolute fucking lunatic these days. It's mental. It really is like living in the zombie apocalypse or something. That's why I just like stay in my lane, you know, just focus on focus on the things that bring me joy, and just focus on being creative, and that just keeps me sane. Like I've been saying recently, the past few days, it's unbelievable how happy I am at the moment, how much I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I feel like I've just cracked the code, you know? It's like I'm pursuing my dreams. I'm getting so much fulfillment from it. I'm growing so much as a person, you know? I've managed to avoid getting like roped up into all of that bullshit that so many other people seem to be roped up in. You know, it's great. It really is. It really is. But yeah, the isolation is not great. But you know, I keep trying to get out there and meet people, connect with people. The internet's been huge, and the GameMaker community has been incredible. You know, so many cool people in this community, as the Quake community was before. Like going when I was back, when I used to be into the Quake speedrunning and stuff, going to the European Speedrunner Assembly and meeting all the Quakers and stuff. Like those are just like cool people, like good people. You know, it's like there's certain little scenes, like people gravitate to a certain thing, like a game like Quake or game development or whatever it is. It's like there's a much higher chance of those people being cool, you know? Like there's a those populations are generally like largely comprised of cool people. There's always toxic people wherever you go, but it seems to be a greater percentage of cool people in some of these scenes, and I've kind of noticed like outside of those scenes in like the regular world, like people are often really fucked up and stuff. Like I kind of like had it, you know, I was like spoiled with these different communities that I've been in the past, and how cool everybody's been there for the most part, you know. Yeah, bit of a reality check, to be honest with you, when you sort of come back to the I don't know, the rest of the world or whatever. But anyway, I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back in just over an hour's time to do a little bit more game development. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you in a bit.